Hello everyone who might be watching or not, and welcome to my stream today. As you can see, we are back to World of Warcraft. There are a few little things I want to do with Shadowban and show you. For one, there is still the horrific visions going. Well, they are an unlimited feature, so it won't disappear, and I haven't shown you all Stormwind yet. We have to do that. I also managed to acquire this Voidfire Death Cycle frame. And it's a motorbike that we can repair and then have as a mount. But for those repairs we have to enter the visions and find some things. For example, this here, hey there adventurer, Kelsey told me you were looking for an engine. Not just any engine, a void engine. I had one of those babies, but things were a bit chaotic back in those Zoth times. I think it was stolen, or I had a great offer, I can't recall. I bet if you look in my shop back and those visions the bronze dragons are helping you go back to, might be there. That's basically for every single one of these 6 parts. I'm not sure where Nock is actually situated, if he's in Stormwind or Orgrimmar, but look out for his shop there. I did manage to upgrade everything here, so best sanity drain reduction. We got reduced damage taken and increased damage done, and as well as maximum sanity increased. This is more like a group thing. Hey, okay, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? And this one actually revives us instantly if we lose sanity or die. So that's a pretty nice feature. Good, bad, made a life-changing decision.
Stormwind City.
I see, so you made a decision and you're not quite sure yet if it was a good decision or bad decision.
For N'Zoth's armies. Obeying the whispers in her mind, Illyria Windrunner forces all to submit to the old god, or be purged.
Sorry, I kinda swallowed something in the wrong hole. I needed to cough up a little bit. No, after today's events you decided to become a cop. That's really a life-changing decision. And I can see how that can have maybe some good parts and maybe some bad parts. But I hope you will be happy with your decision and do your best as a cop. If you get taken, because there should definitely be some requirements to become a cop, but knowing you, I think you can definitely make it. Know what happened? You're guessing from my reaction. Yeah, I can imagine a few things happening. Or a few things that can have happened. after all, we talked about some stuff in your life before, but I don't want to dive too deeply into it if you don't want to do that yourself. But there are some things that you not really want to
Speak your mind.
bring into the realm of the internet. So, today still, Stormwind is up, so instead of Orgrimmar, which will be open tomorrow again, it's time for Stormwinds for districts of Void Corruption, and of course the boss.
Every action has consequences.
It was a school shooting in Graz, Austria, that's why you made this decision. I see. Yeah, thinking about stuff like that can definitely bring you to make some decisions. Definitely understand that. Especially if you realize that there are things that need to be changed and you want to change those things, which I'm guessing is the reason you decided to become a cop. Yeah, let's see. Red liquid is bad for us in this run.
Please save my son.
Rallion. Important person, but you all don't really know Turalion if you haven't played World of Warcraft.
I must get closer.
Right now, Turalion is pretty much the leader of the Alliance because Anduin had a bit of a life crisis as king of the humans and somewhat not quite ceded his position as leader of the Alliance to Turalion and more like disappeared, and the Alliance needed someone to lead, so Turalion stepped up.
Foolish paladin, the light has abandoned you. Embrace the void.
I require a target. I need to target something first.
Interrupt him. I forgot to evade my shadow there.
I do not have a target.
Sad reason, but you don't know, as a soldier you feel useless all this training, just never use your skills. Cop is different. Yeah, I can... Well, it's... I think it's not really correct to say that I can understand that sentiment, because I did not serve in the army. I feel like it's not completely right to say that, but from a like humanitarian point of view, I can definitely understand that sentiment of wanting to put your skills to use and help people.
I require a target.
Sometimes it's not just about skill, but also about knowledge that you want to put to use. Yeah, from that standpoint, I can understand that you feel somewhat useless if you can't, well, protect those you have sworn to protect. Don't really know the oath, if there's an oath that you like speak as a soldier when you get what's the word?
I need to target something first.
You get into the army, so to say. Like after completing your training. But I can imagine that there's something along the line that you were to protect your country and the people. And I can understand that right now you feel like you're not quite fulfilling that oath.
I do not have a target. I must get closer. I need to target something first.
Alright, now this district is done. Green juice giving me the spicy potion here.
I require a target. I do not have a target.
Okay, whatever you do, make sure to speak it through with your wife.
I need to target something first.
Because that is definitely a life-changing decision, and
I require a target.
although it is your decision to make through your marriage, you are not
I do not have a
quite yourself. Well, you're not alone anymore, so to say. And you definitely should consider your wife's opinion on this.
out of range. Not attack that target. I far away. I require a target. I do not have a target.
You're still around, okay?
To target. I do not have a target. I require a target. I do not have a target.
Don't drink the red liquid.
I require a target.
Green is okay.
I cannot attack. I need to target something first. I do not have a target.
Where are my heals? It's not a good breath.
Require a target. I need to target something first.
Welcome our true masters into this world.
I actually still alive. I need to check. That one time really made me anxious about this. That was really annoying. Yeah, looks like I'm still alive, so there shouldn't be a problem. Alright, time to take care of Magister Umbrick. Something of the representative of the Void Elves, so he's like my leader right now, because Shadowban is a Void Elf as well.
I require a target. I do not have a target. I need to target something first.
Blue liquid. That's the good stuff. Sanity. any spirits in here. What's with those? Angry barrel spirit. Anything else angry in here?
I need to target something first.
So this is looking spooky with children running around with some weird shadows. And quite sure I want to know what these children did here, or if they did anything there. That is not our concern right now.
I require a target. I need to target something first.
Everyone's gone insane. They're stockpiling weapons from the last army
Too
in the
far
Dwarven
away.
district. We have to destroy them. Set these explosives around the area. I'll get to work on the detonator. Stay safe.
I do not have a target. I need to target something first. I require a target.
That really happens a lot to me, that I'm just picking far away enemies with long range skills, and the battle continues for a lot longer than I actually wanted to. Didn't have the void cycle waiting for me outside already, it would have spawned here somewhere, and I would have defeated the rider to make it interactable for me. And I could have like that to take it outside with me. And yeah, that's the reason I was able to get the void cycle. Really hate these random invitations from guilds. Definitely set up my own guild someday, maybe.
I require a target.
Actually had friends I would be playing World of Warcraft with. For anyone in chat who wants to start playing World of Warcraft,
I do not have a target.
that I have to do.
I'm out of range. I must get closer. I need to target something first.
kaboom!
So, you like to play with explosives, do you? Then let's play. You've made a grave mistake. Out of the way.
I'm out of range. I require a target.
Come on ahead. I'll destroy the forge to ensure it never makes another weapon for Nasath.
Odd crystals here. That is odd.
I do not have a target. I require a target. I need to target something first.
Escaped. Find her. I want her dead before day's end.
Champion Shaw's lieutenants hold the key to SI-7 headquarters. They're hunting down anyone who opposes N'Zoth.
Take the keys, and then kill Shaw. I do not have a target.
Time to kill us in peace. I should probably get out of there. Done that a bit earlier.
I need to target something first.
Interrupt this evening party for these guys here.
I require a target.
Well, I'm not quite sure what that does.
I need to target something first.
Sanity for me.
I require a target. Got the key. This thing will throw Shaw. I do not have a target. I require a target. I do not have a target. I need to target something first.
Red is bad. Search in the garbage. I think this could be the rare garbage monster that gives him... Yeah, this is actually the one who gives a bound. Self. I don't need to look into the garbage anymore. I was quite sure it would take far longer to get that one.
We won't have a talk. These need to be used if now it's just us and Shaw. Let's finish this.
Alright, let's see where Shaw is. Yeah, I have to my back on these eyes, or they will pretty much decimate my sanity.
It's done. But Stormwind is still lost. I'm leaving the city. I suggest you do the same. Watch your back. I require a target.
You know, where actually was the ethereal for these odd crystals here in Dortmund? Really not sure about that. Just green liquid. That important. This is where the angry ghosts were, so what's in here? Oh, that's very etherealist. All I should give those crystals to him if I manage to gather 5 first place. And now let's quickly restore the sanity, and then it's already time for the end boss.
Father, do not listen to the whispers.
I have ignored them for too long. They speak the truth, Avatar, and you will hear them. I will make you hear them.
No.
And Alaria you all know from the main quest in The War Within. She's the one hunting Xalatath the whole time. But in this vision she got corrupted by the Void and has become a servant of N'Zoth. So we have to fight her.
I must get
It's really not easy with these eyes around.
I'm out of range.
That's the one where I have to hide behind the pillars. And that's it for Stormwind.
A grim fate for Stormwind indeed. Take solace in the knowledge that should it ever come to pass, you shall be ready to end it.
Nice. Food. Best for us, but we'll put it into the bank. I have to actually interact with the gate here. Not one of those you walk into it and get out. Don't worry about the screaming, that's normal. Now let's put the boots into our bank. And then there are two more things I want to do. I can't think. Well, let's make it easier. Just sell them. Now we're beginning this quest here, which is an event that is currently running in World of Warcraft called the Dastardly Duels. Hello, fight fans! The world's meanest villains are teamed up and back for revenge. They have returned, this time as Dastardly Duels. Meet me in Donegal at the foot of Contender's Gate and sign up to face the Dastardly Duels. Beat down these bosses one more time. Relive the dream. Vinny Sweets. Where's Vinny? Yeah, that's... we have to go. This is looking quite nice.
Looks like you're itching for a fight.
I want to be famous. Hey there, champion, if you're looking for the Dastardly Duels, then you're in the right place. Want to be famous. If you get a high enough score and pay me a little, then fame is in your future. Alright, here's the payment, now make me famous. Pay 100 gold.
Looking for more contenders.
There's actually an achievement for that. You draw extra cheers from the crowd. That's very interesting.
Ever consider a career in the ring?
I want to be a duel's darling. You know what fans love? An underdog.
Can't get paid if you don't throw a few punches.
Yeah, now let's make some money.
You want to compete? You know where to find me.
Great question. Who are the Dastardly Duels? Great question. Here's how you find out. Talk to Ziggy Maru and sign up to fight the Dastardly Duels. Because you're new to this, let me give you a list of dastardly tasks to do while you're in there. Good luck. Maybe I'll see you on the other side.
I'm always looking for more contenders.
Let's see. Speak with Ziggy Maru. Come here to fight. Here's your form. Don't forget to check the donor box. Let's first the other stuff.
How you doing, man?
I remember Woodin. He was always in the arena quests. There are some so-called arena quests, well, I call them that, in a lot of the expansions where you have to fight against certain mobs in a kind of arena setting or Colosseum setting, with you fighting one after another and then fighting the champion. And I know that Woodin was always like the right-hand man of the organizer. Not quite sure if Vinny Sweets was the organizer because I don't really remember the name. And that would also have been the German name. So maybe he was. Oddly cherry bombs. Goblins love bombs, I get that, but does everything have to blow up? Do me a favor, in the next Dastardly Duels match you enter, find a cherry bomb inside one of the wooden tree and planter props. After you find the bomb, but before it blows up, smack it for me. Don't worry, they're cowards. Like to order food delivery. Sure, we can set up craft service in the Dastardly Dome. Let me know what you want. Strength and power, toughness and fortitude. Welcome, welcome, Crucy, and thanks for the lurk. Not quite sure why the command is not working. That's weird. But welcome to the stream. Thanks for lurking and have fun and work enjoying me as your background noise. Challenge indigestion, please. I kind of want to see what that does. You have a tough stomach? Prove it. Try to hold down one of our plant-based hot dogs. That'll be quite a show. I'll have one waiting for you on the staging platform.
Stay away from the voodoo.
Anything else special around here? Winner's podium. Okay, that's it. Well,
Come on in.
then have a dastardly dome. Let's see how this goes, because I have no idea. Challenging hot dog. Who are the dastardly dogs? ×2 kill and survival bonus, but sometimes you get gassy. Movement speed increased by 65%. That's quite a bit. I want to try that out. Ooh, that's cool. We get NPC help. Form a group. Bottle of invisibility. Turn invisible. That's cool. Vial of healing. Gain 5% health every 6 seconds. Of amps. I think I'll go with the vial of healing.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't want to dismiss them. Enter the dome. Indigestion any second now. Oh, that shoots me forward.
I must get closer.
Take out the trash.
I need to target something first.
And I kicked the cherry bomb. That's what Woden wanted me to do.
I must get closer.
Digestion time.
Too far away. I require a target. I need to target something first.
Where I need to go, so let's go there. Not quite sure what the cherry bombs are collecting, but probably better to keep collecting.
I require a target.
Baron Silverlane. I want this cherry bomb to collect more. Oh, I want to hit the cherry bomb. Would talk the foreman. Ooh, I think he's a boss from the Death Mines. Talk. And ooh, I'm summoning reinforcements. I'm not sure what kind of reinforcements, but I'm summoning them. Each gear grab doubles your time bonus. Ooh. Oh, I'm summoning bad reinforcements for me. And the Goblin Zapper. Not quite sure what that thing does. Ooh, I failed Baron Silverlane. Odo the Blind Watcher. That I think that one is from. I'm not quite sure what we. Shadowfang Keep, I think it was called. This is already getting chaotic. That moving firewall is really not helping. Carmen dead? Yeah, Carmen's dead. Revive her. Knockback. Upset your stomach. Lord Walden is the end boss of Shadowfang Keep. Get off him. Beat it. Not quite sure about this one, but he's definitely from a Burning Crusade dungeon. We actually did it. One. That's quite a good equipment. Actually, oh, wait, not better than my current one. Yeah, so my gear level is like tenderized. Okay, that was interesting. Dastardly Duos is basically a fight against two iconic bosses from previous dungeons and raids. That's really an underdog. And the underdog achievement, speak with Winnie Sweets about duo darlings. In higher scores when you don't die in their subtly dual matches. Ooh, that's nice. Okay, interesting.
You ready for our rumble? Can't get paid if you
For your fight, good stuff. Here's your prize purse. Pleasure doing business. Feel free to sign up again. I remember to not bet against you next time.
You want to compete? You know where to find me.
Those are actually pretty good. I'll take those. This one I can put into the bank. Way to go, Shadowbun. You have to show those bombs who's boss, you know? Okay, as you could see, the Dastardly Duos is like an arena event where you have to fight 2 or more bosses at once and in a row. And it gets more difficult each week. As far as I know, because then there are more bosses at once each week, if I remember correctly. So and now there's one more thing I want to do with Shadowbun. Something very interesting for those who are interested in World of Warcraft lore. Because right now we have the Burning Crusade Time Walking event up, and during this event there's actually a quest to enter the Black Temple, and the Black Temple was one of the last raids in World of Warcraft Burning Crusade. For that we have to go to the Outlands, called again, the Outland, which is the second area that got released for World of Warcraft. The first being here Azeroth with the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor. And then we went through the Dark Portal here into the Outland. Dark Portal is visible here. Just kind of like it's pretty much a Stargate connecting Azeroth and the Outland. And here in Shadowmoon Valley is the so-called Black Temple, the second to last raid of Burning Crusade. And this raid is housing one of the most iconic antagonists of World of Warcraft. Namely, this one, Illidan Stormrage, who has a lot of lore behind him. Illidan Stormrage, he was pretty much the first demon hunter in World of Warcraft. He's the brother. Hey, Fumo, I guess I summoned you. Ah, that's a bit of a skimpy outfit there. I did wanted to give you the opportunity to hear this all, Fumo, because it's interesting. Part of World of Warcraft lore. So yeah, Illidan Stormrage here. He is brother to Malfurion Stormrage, who is an arch-druid of the Night Elf race. Pretty much, or he was pretty much a big leader of the druids. And not quite sure. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't related to scenarios, I think. Not quite sure about that. Kinda is in head. Anyway, Illidan Stormrage, Malfurion Stormrage, they are brothers. They are, or they were pretty much leaders of the Night Elf race. And while Malfurion was more of a druid, well, he was a druid, Illidan was somewhat more, how do you say, pragmatic. And so, when the Burning Legion started invading Azeroth, Illidan Stormrage kinda decided that to fight a demonic enemy, you need to become a demon yourself a bit. Also helped that he found an ancient artifact called the Skull of Ner'zhul, if I remember correctly. Okay, this is just overview, not like lore. And the Skull of Ner'zhul pretty much gave him demonic powers, and his like appearance. He used his abilities to hunt demons, which made him the first demon hunter. But the Night Elves kinda also feared him going berserk, which he also kinda did a bit, which ended in him being imprisoned. And at some point he fled from his prison, went here into the Outlands, and kinda reigned as the big boss here. I am not quite sure how to start this. Relieve the assault on the Black Temple. Shadowban, right on time as always. Good news. first because they are happening at the same time for me anyway. Thanks to the various time-warped objects, past and future, you discovered, we figured out how to detect when a new one turns up. The bad news is we know our technique works because something has changed in the Black Temple and it's wreaking havoc across the timescape. We need you to ensure the fateful raid turns out exactly like it did before and to remove the source of this disturbance. So I guess I have to enter this raid. Yeah. We have the time walking master here. So we have to go around here a bit. I do hope everything here is... Yeah, it's not scaled to my level, so this is a bit easier. Lore Master Syra. Yeah, a bit... Maybe you noticed, but I'm not quite remembering all the lore anymore. Problem is that there's so much lore in World of Warcraft. And it's hard to find the right starting point for it. So maybe instead of playing Maid Fumo after this, I should like do a bit of lore explanation.
I must get closer. I require a target. I need to target something first. I require a target.
In the name of Lady Fox.
But I guess that's the question. Should I, after finishing all the stuff here, do some questing with Maid Fumo or like do some more lore stuff?
I need to
Pet.
target something first. I cannot attack that target. I do not have a target.
Lore is always nice.
I need to target something first.
Okay, then I also know the right place to go after this. Because there are actually a few dungeons and a raid, I think it's only one, where we can relieve a few nice points of lore, which makes explaining stuff far more easier. Since we also have visuals, then nice being more powerful than anything here, so I can just run straight through and defeat the bosses.
I require a target. I cannot attack that.
So I guess the question is if I should do the lore like chronological, like it actually happened in the time frame of the World of Warcraft universe, or should I do the lore like expansion wise, like we originally experienced it with the expansions releasing in World of Warcraft. chronological, so it's easier to follow. Okay. You don't know anything about the World of Warcraft lore, Fumo. Yeah, that's okay. Do I initiate this boss battle? I needed to do this. You know that there's a Lich King and that he was a nice guy before? We can actually learn more about that next week. Because next week,
I need to target something first.
or Wednesday next week, a new feature's going to be released called Lore Walking.
I do not have a target. I require a target.
Where one can relieve certain stories of the World of Warcraft lore. And at the start of Lore Walking, there will be 3 stories. The one of the Ethereals, the one of Xalatath, and the one of the Lich King. And that can also be a new leveling experience for a new character. So it's also kind of a bit of a reason I want to do some kind of overview of the lore already. So it's easier to follow the stuff then when I'm doing the lore walking, because I definitely want to do it. Since it is said that there will be some new quests that have never been done before, so there's also new stuff to learn. But yeah, we will also learn a bit about the Lich King today.
I must get closer.
Wheel of death has spun many times. So much time has passed. Vengeance is mine, catching up to
Ooh, Cleaver. Nice name for an X. Can I actually jump down here? Just way shorter. What's Soul Cleaver looking like? Yeah, that thing definitely looks like it can cleave souls. So Fumo, how are you doing? You have a nice weekend?
Too far away.
Yeah, still an exam period. I see. I hope the exams were or have been good so far. How many more exams do you have to do? If I may ask, and if you want to answer. Not, that's also okay. I have to close my window real quick because it just rained in there. Arm kinda got a bit wet. See what we have here. The Halls of Anguish. Well, since we're just walking around, I can already give a bit of a lore overview over the very far past.
I require a target.
So I just realized I have to start even further in the past, but I just wanted to do.
I do not have a target.
Okay.
I require a target.
Okay, let's start like this. In World of Warcraft, there are pretty much 3 very big main antagonistic factions. We have 3 main antagonistic factions. The first one is a faction that is pretty much native to Azeroth, because those are the so-called old gods. One of the old gods I have talked a lot about because of the horrific visions so far is one called N'Zoth. One we can see here in Nyalofa. N'Zoth the Corruptor.
I'm out of range.
He's actually one of the old gods that was still alive to this day. Only sealed away. Then we have
I require a target.
do you not want to attack me? There you go. And then there are also a few
I need a target.
different old gods that we know about. One
I require a target.
who appeared already in classic World of Warcraft or vanilla World of Warcraft, who was also the end boss of World of Warcraft vanilla, if I remember correct. maybe end boss? I think so. Is this one called the Cthulhu, who at the time of the start of World of Warcraft is not really alive anymore.
I cannot attack that target.
He's more like a
I require a target.
healed shadow of itself.
I need to target something first.
Same for
I require a target.
the one we have at here, Yogg-Saron. He was also sealed away and pretty much very weakened. So that are some old gods that we know about and actually fought before. And these old gods reigned supreme over Azeroth, having created the so-called Dark Empire. So that's the first faction. Then we have the second faction, who is like a cosmic power or cosmic force. And that one is called the Void. And the Void is pretty much what you would expect from it. Like, it's somewhat of a cosmic force bent on devouring pretty much everything and destroying. And turning everything into the Void.
I'm out of range. I need to target something first.
And while the
Not attack that target.
old gods
Cannot attack.
were pretty much Azeroth born, the Void is like cosmic and it has yeah, you read correctly, this is the den of mortal delights, and I guess you can imagine what this is from what's going on here and the general look of things.
I do not have a target.
Fight one in a raid, you remember Big Eye like boss. What's Carmen? Carmen doing? Why is Carmen so slow? I think that the Big Eye like boss you remember should be your Cthulhu. He's pretty much a big eyeball. But that's like the remnant of Cthulhu. And so yeah, the Void is like something that can have servants everywhere. And to a certain degree, the old gods were, I think, also serving the Void, but they also had their like own agenda they were following. And yeah, so for a long part in World of Warcraft lore, the Void was like this big shadow hanging above everything. was not really a boss or a certain kind of enemy that you could grasp. It was more like a concept that was more or less involved in everything. And therefore it's obvious that it's also one of the very important antagonistic forces. And as the third antagonistic force, we have the so-called Burning Legion. And for a very long part, the Burning Legion was like the most present antagonistic force in World of Warcraft. So the Burning Legion is pretty much a cosmic army of demons, so to say. And the things about these demons in the Burning Legion is that you can't, or at least the higher ones, you can't eliminate completely, because whenever you kill one of the demons, its soul returns to like the home world of the Burning Legion. Yeah, I thought I had to go here. There's still something I haven't done. Oh, this should be the way. This is a bit annoying. I have to talk to a Karma. Yeah, they are kind of hard to eliminate if they can just come back. And that really was the problem with the Burning Legion. Because at the same time that we have the antagonistic forces, we also have the friendly forces. And the one and biggest friendly force that we have, oh no, we have actually two friendly forces, but one of them is kinda a bit like a dual-edged sword. The light, because the light has very much of its own agenda, and the light does not really care what it does or what needs to be done to reach the end it envisions. So it can be good for us, but at the same time it can also be very bad. Because, as you know, sometimes a bit of evil is needed, and some parts should maybe stay like they are, but the light can be somewhat radical in that regard. Yeah, there we have Illidan Stormrage with the skull of Ner'zhul in his hands, or in his hand. So, the one very important friendly force I need to talk about still, and I want to get that out of the way real quick before fighting Illidan. That force are the Titans. And the Titans kinda want to bring order to the universe. Or maybe that's not quite correctly to say, but they are kinda the force battling against all the antagonistic forces I just said. Mainly the Burning Legion. And for fighting the Burning Legion, the Titans had a champion who was like the general of the battles and heralding the battles against the Burning Legion. That guy was called Sageras. Or Sageras. Sageras. The problem is, as Fumo said, that the Burning Legion is kinda hard to eliminate if they can just come back. And at some point, Sageras got corrupted and pretty much turned into the leader of the Burning Legion. Which kinda made it hard for the Titans to keep fighting. So they kinda had to flee a bit. And at some point the Titans came to Azeroth and defeated the old gods and like cleared Azeroth of the corruption. I'm not quite sure about the timeline of if Sageras did get corrupted before they found Azeroth or after, but I think it should have been before, because the Burning Legion kinda wants to get to Azeroth but don't know where it is. So if Sageras was there when the Titans found Azeroth, he would have known. But let's fight Illidan for now. I can't find it. I need to talk to Akama again. Yes. It's also nice to just stand beside him. He's a bit larger than later on when he's a friend again. Let's go. This really is one of the most iconic fights of Azeroth of World of Warcraft.
Your duplicity is hardly surprising. I should have slaughtered you and your malformed brethren long ago.
We've come to end your reign, Illidan. My people and all of Outland shall be free.
Boldly said, but I remain unconvinced.
The time has come. The moment is at hand.
You are not prepared.
Those weapons are pretty...
Be touched by a rabble such as you.
These Blades of Azeroth, back in the day, those were the items everyone wanted to have. Because you can actually loot them if you are lucky.
Is this it, mortals? Is this all the fury you can muster?
Their fury pales before mine.
How is it even possible?
Ah, my long hunt is finally over. Today, justice will be done. Burning Legion will fall. It's finished.
But the huntress is nothing without the hunt. You are nothing.
He is right. I feel nothing. I am nothing. Farewell, champions.
And yeah, Maiev Shadowsong here. He was previously the prison warden of Illidan Stormrage. So when Illidan Stormrage escaped, she was hunting him the whole time. And now her hunt is over. Because he is dead, or rather he seems to be dead, because later on we learn that he actually wasn't killed here and put into prison again. Ooh, the Bulwark of Azinov. That's a shield I always wanted to have, or wanted to have for a long time, to be honest. That was like the shield to have back in the day. Okay, but I kinda did not defeat... Okay, somehow this did not work out for the quest. I guess I need to look into that later on. Okay. But let's head back. At least you now saw one of the most iconic enemies or antagonists of World of Warcraft. And since we saw him already, I think I should also play the Burning Crusade cinematic, because then you really get a feeling for Illidan. Those were good times back then.
Imprisoned for 10,000 years. Banished from my own homeland. And now you dare enter my realm.
Burning Crusade was when the Draenei were also added as an alliance race, so we're seeing a bit of them. And the Blood Elves were added as a Horde race, so here the Blood Elves are. Good old polymorph.
You are not prepared.
Yeah, that was the Burning Crusade cinematic back in the day, when World of Warcraft cinematics were also a bit more simplistic. Because later on they started to like become more storytelling. Of course, there was storytelling in that cinematic as well, but we also had these like random scenes of just stuff happening. And yeah, now it's time to actually relieve a bit of story parts of World of Warcraft's lore. Because we have this nice little area called the Caverns of Time, where a few little dungeons and raids are situated that are kinda showing us past events of World of Warcraft. I think we need Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul is not that important, I would say. First one we're gonna do is the Well of Eternity. Because, believe it or not, but $10,000 years ago, or plus minus a few, maybe more, plus a few thousand years maybe, the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor were one landmass. This is after the Titans saved Azeroth from the Old Gods and banished the Old Gods into, like, down the earth. Kalimdor and the Eastern Kingdoms were one continent, and the one race like reigning over this continent were the Highborn. think they are called, which are pretty much the ancestors of all the elf races, like the night elves and the high elves and the blood elves. Wrong dungeon. Sorry for that. At that time, we're close to entering this dungeon. I can actually fly here. That is good to know, I guess. At that time, the Highborn.
You've arrived. This is the eve of the Sundering, when the collapse of the Well of Eternity fractured the continents of the world. Here we will snatch up the Dragon Soul before it is lost to the mists of time. But first, you must bring down the protective wards of Ajara's highborn lackeys. You will find them within the palace. I will scout on ahead. Good luck, heroes.
Okay, the Dragon Soul is important here already, so I need to go a bit more back as well. No, we are gonna do that after this.
He is near, lurking in the shadows. I can sense it. You, Velgard, hold this area. The rest of you, secure the courtyard.
So as you can see, we have Legion demons here. That is because the Queen of the Highborn, Queen Ajara.
Over here, in the shadows. I think we stand
You remember this guy?
alongside one another.
This is Illidan Stormrage back in the day, where he just became a demon hunter.
Explain your presence.
So yeah, Ajara kinda made a pact with the Burning Legion to bring them to Azeroth and become like Queen of Azeroth or something like that. He was a bit power-driven mad. Shadows will hide as well. I am concealed by this shadow cloak and can imbue its magics onto you. It will not make us invisible, but as long as we keep our distance from our foes, we will remain hidden.
We now hide in shadows, hidden from our enemies.
Go.
Come with me if you'd like to live long enough to see me save this world. I've seen a single guardian demon slaughter 100 elves. Tread lightly. I will hold them back so we can get past. Be ready.
And so yeah, this is what
Now
currently
I'm
happening.
fading. I'm going through.
That the Burning Legion is kinda invading Azeroth.
My blades hunger. Destroy the portal energy focus. Go. We're leaving. Stay close. They come end the portal is closing.
Back in the day, Illidan Stormrage here tried to, well, did what he pretty much always did, keeping the Burning Legion from invading.
Destroy the portal energy focus. Go. We're leaving. Stay close. The portal is closing. Hurry! The stench of sulfur and brimstone. These portals are as foul as the demons themselves. this one down from the shadows. Death to the Legion! Let us shut down this final portal and finish this. They stand
too far
unaware
away.
that their deaths are... Death to the
I need
Legion!
to get closer. It's locked.
Destroy the crystal. We're leaving. Stay close. The portal is closing. Hurry!
Who shut down the portals? Clever little worms.
The demons are no longer pouring from the palace. We can move ahead. Too easy.
It's never good if it's too easy.
Another demon ready to be slaughtered.
None will reach the palace without besting Parathon, first of the Fell-Touched. No! How can this be?
The hunter became the prey.
Also, currently, I'm not looking like a void elf like here, but like a night elf, because not shown here, but in the Cavern of Times dungeons, you pretty much become or get disguised as someone from that time, so you don't like interfere so much with the proceedings at that time, because Nosdomu and the Bronze Dragonflight pretty much open a time portal to this place, and we actually are in the past.
You did well, but for now I must continue alone. Good hunting.
Ah, here's Nosdomu. He's the leader of the Bronze Dragonflight.
Precious.
Now we need to get to Ajara. And this is Ajara.
Welcome. You are here to join us in the coming celebration? No. A pity. I have no time for such diversions. Keepers of Eternity, will you stand for your queen?
I pray that the light of 1,000 moons will grant me this honor.
Too far away.
Still, these strangers would oppose your queen's will. Who will stop them?
Yes, Light of Lights. My life is yours.
Serve Ajara. I beseech of you, my beloved subjects. Put an end to these. Bold of you to strike a queen. A lesser monarch might be enraged. As much as I adore playing hostess, I have more pressing matters to attend to.
Yeah, she is now running away.
Riders, to me.
At your side, my queen.
My noble Verathan, do dispose of this murderous band.
It is them!
Heroes, we have been sent by Nose Dormu. Quickly, on our backs. We must get you to the Dragon Soul.
Sister, look! The artifact is surrounded by an aura of darkness.
The aspects!
And
Sister, it is time to end this. We will cleanse the Dragon Soul of the old god's dark influence.
It is too powerful.
How dare you touch my creation? It is mine! Mine!
Neltharion! What have you done? You have doomed us all to the madness of the...
It is mine!
He is lost, my sister. He is no...
The power of the soul is tearing him...
I will not be denied!
it was also the moment Neltharion gets turned into Deathwing.
The link to the portal must be broken! Quickly, to Stormrage!
Okay, so what I wanted to say.
Portal, brother.
Is being maintained by the will of a powerful demon, Manaroth. I cannot break his will alone.
Very well. We shall break it for you.
He knows what we attempt. We have not much time. The forest grows with his demons.
Let them come.
Mother Moon, guide us through this darkness.
Okay, this here is the Well of Eternity, which is pretty much the source of immortality for the elf race. You have a friend of yours watching the stream, he's also explaining the lore to you. I see, Promo, so you're getting bombarded by lore from all sides. I hope I'm not making too many mistakes with talking about the lore then. But yeah, the Well of Eternity was pretty much the source of immortality and source of power for the Highborn, so for the elf race, and currently it's getting corrupted by the Burning Legion. And this is the prelude to an event called the Sundering, which is pretty much
Pitiful creatures, hardly worthy of being called a legion.
which is pretty much meaning this thing will explode and tear these two land masses apart, and I think that's also the reason this maelstrom was created.
This will be fun. Wait, I have an idea. What our people could not. Yes. I can feel the raw power of the Well of Eternity. It is time to end this charade.
Yeah, this is pretty much the moment when Miranda here realized that Illidan might be a bit crazy.
High Guard, to arms! For your queen! For Ajara!
Handle Varathin. Manaroth is mine.
So yeah, Manaroth is also a name you should keep in mind because he's gonna be important later on again.
Come, Storm Rage, and I will show you what happens to those.
I will handle the demons. Elun, guide, Malfurion. He has done it. The portal is collapsing.
No! This victory will not be ripped from my grasp. I will not return to him in failure. I will not be torn from this pitiful world. No! No!
The artifact!
Yeah, the Elf Queen is now the Naga Queen. I would have come to that as well at some point.
Is safe once again. Quickly, into the time portal before this world sunders.
Malfurion.
Hush, Tyrande. Where is Illidan?
He's standing right there.
By the very edge.
Brother, a timely arrival.
Illidan! The well is out of control!
Aye, it's been twisted and turned by too many spells. The fuss we, especially you, made with the portal was too much. The same spell that sent the Burning Legion back into their foul realm now works on the well. It's devouring itself and taking its surroundings with it. Fascinating, isn't it?
Not if we're caught up in it. Why weren't you running? What have you been doing with your hand in the well?
If you've a way out of here, we should probably use it. I've tried casting myself and Tyrande out of here, but the well is too much in flux.
This way.
I do not know who you are, but I thank you. Without your aid, our world would be... I do not wish to think about it. Moon Goddess, light your path.
I think now it's pretty much over here. Well of Eternity will explode and pretty much sunder the world apart. Hence why it's called the Sundering. Yeah, Ajara later on became the Naga Queen and looked like that. I think this is her form after, yeah, after she got corrupted by the old gods. Well, after her deal with the Burning Legion didn't quite work out, she made a deal with the old gods. And there was an important item that we saw in this dungeon called the Dragon Soul. The Dragon Soul was an item created by the aspects, so the 5 leaders of the Dragon Flights. Where they kind of poured their energy into it, create a powerful artifact. But right now I'm not quite sure why they actually did it. I am somewhat sure that Neltharion kind of tricked the other Dragonflights into creating it, because the Dragon Soul actually is an artifact to control dragons with. But that is not what the aspects thought they were creating. Neltharion at that point has been or had been corrupted by the old gods, because he was the aspect of Earth, and since the old gods were imprisoned in the Earth, their corruption kinda started seeping into Neltharion, which made him go crazy and betray the Dragonflights, and leading to him becoming Deathwing. And the Dragonflights were also created, well, not quite created, by the Titans. There were primal dragons in Azeroth, and the Dragonflights are those that accepted the power of Titans and kind of became their guardians of Azeroth. So, another very important event in the more recent history of World of Warcraft is this here in the Black Morass. The Chrono Beacon. Calls for the Guardian of Time to assist you inside the Black Morass. Nah, we don't really need that one. The Black Morass, as we can see, this here now is a like jungle-like swamp area in the past, and currently it is this here, the Blasted Lands. Pretty much a desert.
The time has come. Gul'dan, order your warlocks to double their efforts. Moments from now, the gateway will open, and your hope will be released upon this ripe, unsuspecting world.
And here we have a guy named Medivh. He was a very powerful magician or wizard. Not quite sure what term to use for him right now. Anyway, right at this moment, he is creating the Dark Portal on Azeroth. And on the other side, there is a Orc Warlock called Gul'dan, who is creating the other part of the Dark Portal in a world called Durotar. Not Durotar, Draenor. Now you might be like, what are you talking about, Syra? Didn't you just show us on the Outland map where the Dark Portal is? What are you talking about with Draenor now? The thing is, in the past, the Outlands were a world called Draenor. And Draenor is actually the home world of the Orcs. So Orcs are actually not native to Azeroth. And the reason the Orcs are in Azeroth is this creation of the Dark Portal that we are reliving right now. And if I'm remembering correctly, Medivh is currently being tricked into creating the Dark Portal by Gul'dan, who he has been talking with. And Gul'dan is an Orc Warlock that follows the Burning Legion, or got corrupted by the Burning Legion. Because he wanted to have power, and the Burning Legion likes to take your soul to give you power. Kinda like that a bit. So Gul'dan readily became part of the Burning Legion to gain power. And at the same time, he was quite ready to corrupt his whole race for that as well. So Gul'dan tricked the Orcs into drinking the blood of Manoroth. Yeah, the same Manoroth we just defeated in the Well of Eternity. That guy didn't die, he survived and then came to Draenor, where, well, he gave his blood to the Orcs to corrupt them and turning them into an army for himself. And the ones we are fighting here, they are called the Eternal Dragonflight. They are kinda trying to mess with time and wanting to corrupt Nosdormu so he becomes the leader of the Eternal Dragonflight in the end.
The time has come to shatter this clockwork universe forever. Let us no longer be slaves of the hourglass. I warn you, those who do not embrace this greater letters shall become victims. It's only a matter of time.
I am grateful for your aid, champions. Now, Gul'dan's horde will sweep across this world like a locust swarm. And all my designs, all my carefully laid plans will at last fall into place.
Maybe Medivh's not tricked. Why did Medivh wanted to destroy the whole world again? I really don't remember that. But yeah, this moment, or this might look a bit unremarkable right now, but is really a very important moment of Warcraft history happening here. Because the Dark Portal was the reason that the orcs came to Azeroth. And here they were actually able to regain their freedom and shake off the shackles that Gul'dan put onto them. And with that becoming their own independent race again, and not some follower of the Burning Legion. And to see that the Outlands and Draenor are the same, we actually go to Draenor in another add-on, which is kinda in a different timeline. But if you look at this shape here, we have like... We can describe the Outlands as this like rounded E shape. And also important, we have here Catrath as the capital city of the Outlands. And now we have like Draenor, which is not quite the C shape, but if we take a look at some points of interest, we can actually connect quite a few points. For example, we have this Dark Portal here, which is also visible here on the map, so we can see that the Tanan jungle will turn into the Hellfire Peninsula. And then here we have Shatrath City, which we also know from there. And another important point of interest is here the Temple of Karabor, which will turn into the Black Temple in newer times. And so we can also kind of see some kind of rounded E shape if we ignore these, but Grant will still be a part of the Outlands here. We have the Sangha Marsh here. We have the Sangha Sea here, which kinda seems similar. Well, at least the name, so we can kind of infer that the Sangha Sea will probably turn into the Sangha Marsh. So yeah, as you can see, Draenor and the Outland are somewhat of the same area or same world. Okay, now that we are in more recent times, I guess one of the from my personal perspective, one of the most interesting and somewhat also one of the most fun dungeons to run is the Culling of Stratholm. And here we also learn some very important aspects of recent time. Because here we have a character Fumo mentioned before, the Lich King, before he became the Lich King. Suspicious Grain Crate. This is suspicious because it what was it called again in English? Carries the plague, so to say. Everyone who will eat these grains will turn undead. Now we're here in a lush forest close to Stratholm, and we can also relate that to a place in Azeroth, namely the Eastern Plaguelands, because we have Stratholm here as well. And this place was ravaged by the plague. Was it in what was it called in English? I know the German word. did I actually need to talk to someone? I haven't been in this dungeon for quite a while, I think so. That's what you get for spontaneously wanting to explain Warcraft lore. You just forget so many things. I need to talk to someone at the beginning. So anyway, soon we will meet a guy named Arthas. Or rather Arthas Menethil. Menethil? Something like that. He was the prince of the human kingdom Lordaeron. And at one point in time, the plague started. Infinite Dragonflight is attempting to alter the destiny of Prince Arthas Menethil. You know him now as the Lich King, but here and now he was still a prince of Lordaeron, trying to do what was best for his kingdom. Arthur makes a very fateful choice today, leading to something we Keepers of Time call an inflection point in the timeline. What was his decision? Arthur gave the order to Cole Stratholm, killing every single human within its walls. He discovered evidence that the Scourge, that's what it's called. The Scourge, not the Plague. The Scourge had infected the city with the insidious plague, and the disease doesn't just kill people. Those who die to this plague rise up as mindless zombies, further fueling the Scourge's war machine. So how does the Infinite Dragonflight plan to interfere? The Infinites are attempting something unusually subtle for them. They are trying to hide the evidence that will lead to Arthas deciding to call Stratholm. The agents have used illusionary magic on the plagued grain shipments in the nearby countryside to make them appear normal. I need you to find the hidden grain and use this arcane disruptor on the shipments. Arthur's men are looking for the plagued grain and should find it quickly with the illusion gone. So yeah, pretty much it was pretty much so that that's definitely not looking good. That Arthas just wanted to save his kingdom or his country from the Scourge. And when he learned that the whole city of Stratholm had been corrupted by the Scourge, he made the decision to eradicate the whole city. Which was pretty much a plan by this guy here called Mal'Ganis. Because he wanted to turn Arthas into the Lich King, and for that Arthas needed to turn his back onto the light. Which he did with all of this. Good work. Arthas now knows about the plague grain in Stratholm and is about to begin the culling. Something is still not quite right, though. I sense a foreign presence in this timeline besides us. And that must mean the Infinite Dragonflight are here somewhere. What do you think they're up to? I don't know, and that worries me. I'll do everything I can to find the Infinites. What I need you to do now is stay close to Arthas by joining his army. You want me to do what? Well, you're not going to sign recruitment papers or anything, but you are going to fight alongside him. You need to make sure Arthas calls Stratholm and defeats Mal'Ganis. Without Uther and Jaina around, he'll need all the help he can get. If you talk to Arthas, he'll put you to work destroying the forces of Mal'Ganis. Follow along until I can figure out what's going on with the Infinites. Very well.
Good luck on your next adventure.
Uther was a paladin and pretty much the teacher of Arthas. Yes. Here he is.
Glad you could make it, Uther.
Watch your tone with me, boy. You may be the prince, but I'm still your superior as a paladin.
As if I could forget. Listen, Uther, there's something about the plague you should know. Oh no, you're too late. These people have all been infected. They may look fine now, but it's just a matter of time before they turn into the undead.
What?
This entire city must be purged.
How can you even consider that? There's got to be some other way.
Damn it, Uther. As your future king, I order you to purge this city.
You are not my king yet, boy. Nor would I obey that command even if you were.
Then I must consider this an act of treason.
Treason? You lost your mind, Arthas.
Have I? Lord Uther, by my right of succession and the sovereignty of my crown, I hereby relieve you of your command and suspend your paladins from service.
Arthas, you can't just...
It's done. Those of you who have the will to save this land, follow me. The rest of you, get out of my sight.
You've just crossed a terrible threshold, Arthas.
Jaina?
I'm sorry, Arthas. I can't watch you do this.
And there they are leaving.
May the light have mercy, for I will not.
Now little princeling Arthas only has us remaining at his side.
Take position here, and I will lead a small force inside Stratholm to begin the culling. We must contain and purge the infected for the sake of all of Lordaeron. This city will be cleansed.
Are you ready to do whatever must be done to protect Lordaeron? Yes, my prince, we are ready.
Everyone looks ready. Remember, these people are all infected with the plague and will die soon. We must purge Stratholm to protect the remainder of Lordaeron from the scourge. Let's go. A small sacrifice for the greater good.
Arthas, may the light be praised. Many people in the town have begun to fall seriously ill. Can you help us?
I can only help you with a clean death.
What? This can't be.
That was just the beginning.
Yes, this is the beginning. I've been waiting for you, young prince. I am Mal'Ganis. As you can see, your people are now mine. I will now turn this city, household by household, until the flame of life has been snuffed out.
I won't allow it, Mal'Ganis. Better that these people die by my hand than serve as your slaves in death. Mal'Ganis will send out some of his scourge minions to interfere with us.
I can't attack that.
Those of you with the strongest steel and magic shall go forth and destroy them. I will lead the rest of my forces in purging Stratford of the infected. Lordaeron will be saved.
You know, we also got this time remaining. It's like a little special event with bonus objective here. If we can get there in the right time, it's actually possible to fight like an extra boss and have the possibility of getting some more interesting loot. That one drops a rare mount. It shouldn't really be a problem to get there in time. Now it's time for Meat Hook. Let's boss.
It's too far away. I need to get closer.
That's the next one. This door shouldn't be open yet, if I remember correctly. Yeah, this is pretty much the beginning of when Arthur started to turn into the Lich King. So it's more accurate to say that he didn't turn into the Lich King, but that he got corrupted by the Lich King and turned into a new vessel for him. Because actually the Lich King is a guy called Ner'zhul, whose body has been turned into the artifacts used by the Lich King. Which I think are the Rune Blade Frostborn, the Crown of Dominance or Domination, and the Frost Throne, if I remember correctly.
You are too late, champion of Lordaeron. The dead shall have their day.
That won't be here somewhere. Know that usually there should be enemies in here. Really weird that there aren't. Here should be a boss. That should be the next one after this current one. Can't I jump down there? Oh, let's see where this guy is. Thalram the Flesh. Cover. Where did he go? He's nowhere to be found. I guess this engine is kind of buggy for some reason. Oh no, there he is.
Champions, meet me at the town hall at once. We must take the fight to Mal'Ganis.
Yeah, I'm going there. Not like I've been there twice already. Oh yeah, there's Arthur's waiting. You must be one of the brave soldiers who have been fighting the Scourge forces of Mal'Ganis. Well done. We're only doing what is best for Lordaeron, Your Highness. Indeed, Mal'Ganis is commanding the Scourge from Crusader Square, but the gates leading there from the city entrance are closed. Little does he know that a small force can still reach the square by moving through the town hall. Will you join me in this attack? Lead the way, Prince Arthas.
I know the way through.
Ah, you've finally arrived, Prince Arthas. You're here just in the nick of time.
Yes, I'm glad I could get to you before the plague. What can I do for you? What is this sorcery?
There's no need for you to understand, Arthas. All you need to do is die. That didn't quite happen.
This city will be cleansed. Mal'Ganis appears to have more than Scourge in his arsenal. We should make haste. More vile sorcery. Be ready for anything.
Ready and done.
Let's move on.
Look at Arthur's luscious locks of golden hair flapping around when he runs.
Mal'Ganis is not making this easy. They're very persistent. What else can he put in my way?
Prince Arthur's minute. On this day, a powerful darkness has taken hold of your souls. The death you are destined to visit upon others will this day.
I do what I must for Lordaeron, and neither your words nor your actions will stop me.
We'll see.
Lordaeron will be safe.
Gather your senses quickly, we must press on. I am ready.
Mal'Ganis lies behind that bookshelf ahead. This will only take a moment. I'm relieved this secret passage still works.
Why do you need a cell in a secret passage? That's kinda crazy. This isn't getting any easier. Stratholme is burning. We must brave the scourge and the flames to reach Mal'Ganis. Prepare yourself for Lordaeron.
As quickly as possible. If the undead don't kill us, the fires might. Rest a moment and clear your lungs. We must move again soon.
Do I need to talk to him? No.
Inventory is full.
It's enough. We must move again.
Already moving Arthas.
Some good luck. Market Row has not caught fire yet. Mal'Ganis is supposed to be in Crusader Square, which is just ahead. Tell me when you're ready to move forward.
Yeah, just in a bit. We have to take care of another dragon real quick. Pray for the Dragonbound to actually drop. Let's see. Mami Syra needs a new mount.
Inventory is full.
Oh. I already know that. I thought that was one of the dragons I'm still missing. feel like I just used up all the luck I had for a drop I didn't even need.
I can't learn that spell.
Somehow I think this is unfair.
May the light have mercy. Justice will be done. Or I will not.
Damn lucky. I would rather call it unlucky, Fumo.
We're going to finish this right now, Mal'Ganis. Just you
This will be a fine test. And meet me in the Arctic land of Northrend. It is there we shall settle the stolen tracks. It is there that your true destiny.
I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth if I have to. Do you hear me? To the ends of the earth!
Carry anymore.
Ooh, this is a really nice shield.
Anything that Mal'Ganis has left behind is yours. Take it as your reward. I must now begin plans for an expedition to Northrend.
Guess I can destroy quickly. This shield is really nice. I can't believe I didn't have that already. So yeah, that was the culling of Stratholmer, which was the start of Arthur's journey into becoming the Lich King. And next week, Wednesday, or maybe some later day, we will learn more about that, because since I played through it, I know that in Wrath of the Lich King there are some quests where you can actually see the past of Arthur's and his journey through Northrend as he hunted down or tried to hunt down Mal'Ganis. And the moment when he found Frostmourne, when he turned into the Lich King more and more. And I think that will be one part of the lore walking for the Lich King. And to see what will become of Arthur's, we're gonna watch the cinematic of Wrath of Lich King, because that one is probably the most epic cinematic of World of Warcraft.
My son, the day you were born, the very forests of Lordaeron whispered the name Arthas. watched with pride as you grew into a weapon of righteousness. Remember, our line has always ruled with wisdom and strength. And I know you will show restraint when exercising your great power. Truest victory, my son, is stirring the hearts of your people. I tell you this, for when my days have come to an end, you shall be king.
Yeah, so that was the Lich King. And his epic entrance into World of Warcraft. Of course, the people who played Warcraft 3 already knew about the Lich King. But for those who only played World of Warcraft, that was pretty much the first real experience of the Lich King.
My directive is to serve you.
Now, I know this has been quite a lot. So, are you still able to take up more lore into your head, Fumo? Or would you rather say this was enough? Would say it's enough. Yeah, I would agree. Learned a lot. That's good to hear. Probably even more through your friend. Not quite sure. Or I don't know what you talked about, so I don't know what you learned on that part. But there really is a whole lot to learn about the lore of World of Warcraft. And even what I did today was more like a very tiny part of it, even if it felt so much. But I left out quite a lot of stuff. I glossed over some stuff here and there and didn't quite go into details much. So you can see that there's a whole lot of potential to be learned there. So what are we gonna do now? Do we want to play a bit on Vtuber or maybe create a new character and check out some other stuff? I did want... We could do a new character. I did want to like create a druid to have a farming character. Because those are druids are pretty much the best to farm herbs and mine ore because of their flight form. And as for druids, we have 3 choices for the alliance. Could be a night elf druid, we could be a worm druid, or we could be a Kultiran druid. Yeah, Pumo, I'm gonna gonna make a druid, but the question is which race? Kultiran, Worm, or Night Elf? Night Elf, one with nature. Well, they are all kinda one with nature. I would need to spoil some stuff. Why though? But pretty much all the races that can go druid are somewhat connected with nature. Not just on the Alliance side, but also on the Horde side. Do you want to decide, Fumo, or do we want to leave it up to chance and play marbles on stream for that one real quick? Chance. Let's gamble. Okay. And we're gonna play one quick round of marbles on stream with only 3 marbles, I guess. That wasn't a good choice. Let's just... yeah, we can use that. To sign in real quick. Okay, we want a race. Eye of a Storm, that looks good. Now I only need to remember how to add the names clear. This a bit smaller so we can see that World of Warcraft is in the background. What happens if I put max racers on 500? Well, let's see. Okay, yeah, no, I should have put that to 3. Go back for 1. Still there. And now let's play. Yeah. And let's start. Right now, Night Elf is in first place. But that can change quite quickly with only 3 marbles around. Ooh, now we have Worgen in the first place. And Worgen was overtook by the Kultiran. Like the Kultiran really wants to win this race. No, the Worgen is first again. I think it kind of flew over the edge and won speed like that. It's far more front than Night Elf or the Kultiran. But Night Elf and Kultiran are gaining ground. And depending on the hurdles, might actually possible for them to win this. See? Ooh, the Kultiran and Worgen both died. So chances are high that Night Elf might win this, but it kinda looks like... Oh no! It's moving outward. Let's see if it can survive and win this race. But it would be really fun if no one actually won it. All of them got eliminated. No, we've got a winner. Night Elf it is then. Alright, looks like we're gonna create a Night Elf druid. You can already think of a name, Fumo, and whoever else might be in chat, you can also think of a name. What? Okay. Maybe let's go with this bluish color. Or maybe the sassy tails. Yes, as a druid we should have some kind of greenish hair color. And of course we need to have vines in our hair. I like the red ones, they also nicely contrast with the hair. Like the thin ears. I think long and short eyebrows look kind of weird. So I'll stay with the wild ones. Those are some eyes. That's a druid who has seen things. What do you think, Fumo? These eyes or one of the more normal colors? Poppy? What do you mean by poppy eyes? Name. Ah, the name. Okay. Let's see. That name is already taken. So unfortunately, Poppy is not available. Red eyes? Thing is about red eyes, they turn the skin this greenish color that I not really sure about. Blue? Okay, let's go with blue then. Or white. There really is not much of a difference. Blue it is. You like the serpent. For the marking color, but I think that red also looks nice. Red? Let's go with red. We can't really see much of the hairband or hairdress. It kind of clips through everything. I think I'm going with none there. I'll stay with the blades. Do we need a nose piercing? And or a necklace? Yeah. Go with all. Alright, we still need a name. What's a name fitting for our little night elf druid here? Always so bad with coming up with names. Do you have an idea, Crucy? Lune? They already taken. Yeah, that's the annoying thing about World of Warcraft. It has so many players, so many names are already taken. Ishmael. I can try, but I feel like that's more like a male name, and it's already taken. Kathy is already taken. Yeah, I still need to get rid of the nose ring. Nice druid name. I'm pretty sure that one will be taken because it's a rather normal name. We have to think crazy Fumo. The normal names are taken. Or create a completely new name. Those have a higher chance of not being taken. That's why I called the other character Maid Fumo, because that's a crazy name that no one would take. That one is good. And let's go with Nijala. So now we can choose our starting zone. Shadow Glen was the original starting zone of the Night Elves. And Exile's Reach is a combined starting zone for all new characters, and the starting zone that someone who would currently start completely new with World of Warcraft would play in. Exile? Yeah, it's good. Let's play Exile's Reach for once. We only need to play that once because it doesn't change with other characters, and when we make another new character, then we don't need to do Exiles Reach a second
You are
time.
a soldier of the Noble Alliance, a coalition of kingdoms upholding the ideals of valor and justice across Azeroth. An Alliance expedition sent to explore an uncharted island has recently gone missing. As a bold new recruit, you have joined a rescue mission departing from Stormwind. Find the lost expedition members and bring them home. For the Alliance.
As you can see, this starts with really the basic stuff. Like I have never played any game before basic stuff.
Recruit, step forward. We're approaching the island. We'll find that missing expedition.
Prepare yourself, Nijala. We're nearing the island where the previous expedition was lost. Warm up on these combat dummies. We need everyone ready for whatever we find on that island.
Don't leave your... I need everyone in top form if we're to complete this mission. Show me what you can do. Good. Next. That's odd. We weren't expecting rain. The Alliance leaves no...
Good. Looks like you've kept up your druid training during our voyage. I'm concerned about the sudden turn in weather. Spar with Private Cole while I speak with the ship's crew. Cole's report will determine where we'll place you on our initial expedition team.
Stay focused and sharp. Private Cole will run you through the rest of the drills. I need to discuss this storm with the helmsman.
To get Moonfire.
Here to help however I can.
I hope this rain isn't a bad omen. This is supposed to be a simple rescue mission. You'll be sparring with me today. We have to make sure you can handle yourself once we make landfall. Let's see what you've got.
We'll get stronger together. Let's move into sparring positions. I'll let you have the first strike. Never run from your opponent. Stand your ground. Remember to always face your enemy. I yield. Oh, I'd say you're more than ready for whatever we find on that island. I bet we'll save the expedition in no time.
A skilled druid recruit. I think you'll prove a welcome addition to the main rescue team.
Keep up the good fight.
That's it for warming up. You and the other new recruits are a promising bunch. I'll tell you that much. Hold on, what's that sound? I think something big is headed our way.
Captain, we can't weather this storm for long.
Everyone below decks, now! We have a mission to accomplish.
This ship may not make it to the island. Hold on to something sturdy and stick with your fellow recruits. We'll get through this.
Keep your guard up.
Yeah, that didn't end so well.
Recruit! Thank the light. Are you injured?
I'm glad you made it out in one piece. Judging by the nearby shipwrecks, I think it's safe to say the missing expedition ran aground here too. We can't move until we've got the remaining survivors back on their feet. Fortunately, our remaining supplies have been stolen by Murlocs, annoying little pests. Thanks for the love, Brucey. And thanks for the head pads, which for some reason are not working. Thanks for the hydrate. Why are the head pads not working? Why does it need to be complicated? Work is working, so been lurking. That sounds good. I'm not logged in, so let's connect the account. And now the headpad should be headpadding. On. My headpad. Headpad is not headpadding. Well, I was logged in. Okay, now everything should be connected. There we go. Thanks for the headpad, Crucy. And hydrate I need to do. Let's drink something, everyone. Let's drink the bunny juice. Can't move until we've got the remaining survivors back on their feet. Fortunately, our remaining supplies have been stolen by Murlocs, annoying little pests. Didn't ask how was the con. It was an experience. Pretty good, I would say. I do need to make a video, but that will be mostly me talking with some pictures. Because the thing is, for the first 2 days I was in cosplay, and I realized after putting on my cosplay that a skirt does not have any pockets. Or at least my skirt didn't have any. So I had a real problem of where to put my phone. And I didn't really want to run around with my phone in my hand all the time, so in the end I put it into my backpack. And didn't really have it on hand easily, so I didn't quite shoot as many pictures as I could have, I guess. And I also didn't really want to shoot any pictures of the booths because most artists are not really a fan of someone taking pictures of their booth because they don't really want to have those pictures flying around everywhere and maybe someone stealing ideas from them, which I can understand. And I did want to shoot some pictures of other cosplayers, but in the end it turned out I'm too shy to ask people to take pictures with them. So I took a few like general scenery pics of the con, and I will use those to like illustrate some points and talk about stuff in the video. It might not turn into a long video, to be honest, but I will try my best. But yeah, the con was really nice. Except for the end of the first day when I wanted to cut off my feet because they hurt so badly. But the next 2 days were better when I was wearing more comfy shoes. Need you to recover enough first aid supplies for the wounded. Then we can begin searching for the missing expedition. Murlocs have stolen crucial first aid supplies.
Don't leave your Murlocs are dangerous in large numbers. Take back our supplies, but avoid fighting too many of them at once.
I also participated in a few workshops and learned some stuff there. That was also quite interesting. I need to one important thing real quick. Auto loot. Can't live without auto loot. Also, you will get to see at least one picture of me in my cosplay, so look forward to that as well.
The Alliance leaves no one behind.
You recover the first aid kits. Don't take the Murlocs lightly. There's some water damage, but the supplies in this kit are better than nothing.
Stay focused and
excellent work. Let's get the survivors back on the feet. We have to patch everyone up before we can begin the search for the missing expedition. Take this first aid kit and tend to the wounded. No one gets left behind. Let's take regrowth because that can heal us.
Don't worry. We'll find the expedition.
Never seen a storm like that.
Nasty storm. It must have hit the first boat too.
We have a mission to accomplish.
We're ready to move. Let's find that missing expedition. I saw a fire near some wreckage up ahead. We should investigate it to see if there's more survivors. You're the greenest of the recruits, so you're coming with me. The others will search the island for clues. Let's move.
Stay focused and sharp. You three, scour the island for any sign of the expedition. Recruit, you and I will scout ahead. We'll find that missing expedition.
So hungry.
Also managed to at least meet a few interesting people. Not many, but I did talk to some people. The others taken need food. I wouldn't really call it pro cosplayer FUMO. There were a lot of very good cosplays there. Very good. On a far different level from mine.
The Alliance leaves leaves no one behind.
This is Alaria, a Draenei shaman who was with the Lost Expedition. She's nearly starved to death. We need to get her something to eat. Slay some of the nearby wildlife for their meat. Bring whatever you find here to cook. If we can help Alaria regain her strength, she might be able to tell us what happened to the others.
Henry knew you would come. Of course I did. He's my son. But more than that, he's a soldier of the Alliance. We leave no one behind.
I did participate in a makeup workshop though, so I learned some stuff there to try and make my makeup better. And I participated in a 18+ cosplay workshop. I learned some stuff about the more mature side of cosplay, how to do it. So it was definitely very interesting. Please, I need some food. Raw bloodied meat, not edible. Don't even try. This meat greatly benefits from the cheapest seasoning of all, hunger. Alaria quickly eats the meat that you cooked. By the light, I feel so much better. You need to keep moving. Quillboar have kidnapped the expedition, including Captain Garrick's son. Alaria says that the Quillboar kidnapped the rest of the expedition, including my son. Chances are we'll have to brave the Quillboar's den. That's no small feat. They are far more aggressive and intelligent than the Murlocs you faced earlier. I need to make sure I'm not sending you to your death. We're going to have one last sparring session.
Stay focused and sharp. Recruit. Quillboar are far deadlier than Murlocs. You need to be ready for the dangers ahead. All right, let's see what you know. Moonfire will damage your opponent over time. Use Wrath while your foe is affected by Moonfire. Moonfire is fading. Cast it again. Good. Keep using Wrath while Moonfire deals damage. Wait for the right time to use Moonfire again. Moonfire is fading. Cast it again. Excellent. Let's try one more time. Moonfire and Wrath will help you strike down the... You used Moonfire too soon. You'll do more damage if you use it when it is almost expired. Moonfire is fading. Cast good. You're ready to face the Quillboar. Let's get our people back. We'll find that missing.
Fine work, Nijala. Let's speak with Alaria and hunt down those Quillboar.
Don't leave your post unattended.
Quillboar kidnapped the rest of the expedition and took them to the north. I heard mention of needing more sacrifices for some sort of ritual. Please, you must rescue them. Captain Garrick's son was part of our group. He swore his mother would save us.
We'll head north and rendezvous with the others. Alaria, recover your stamina before pushing forward.
Let's get the treasure chest there first.
Given up on any member of the Alliance. I'm not about to start by failing my son.
Ooh, now we got the cat form.
Over here. The Quillbore are conducting some sort of ritual. What can I do for you?
Got some good news and some very, very bad ones.
The hunt goes on. Aim true.
What I can gather, the Quillbore are performing a necromantic ritual on one of the expedition members. The chief is Geolord Gregog. He is the one who seeks to drain the life from our friend. Slay Gregog and save the captive member of the expedition. He may know where the others were taken. Geolord Gregog. The Quillbore performing a ritual on one of the expedition members. Quillbore are primitive and savage. They rarely practice any magic other than geomancy. These particular Quillbore seem to be dabbling in necromancy. They must be stopped. Slay the Quillbore in the den. We cannot allow them to raise an army of the undead.
Let's go. Those monsters have my son.
Henry, I didn't see him, but I'm sure he's still alive.
I know. I raised him to overcome any challenge.
Let's go. Actually, enemy up there. That hits hard. I think Moonfire is one of the few spells that can be used while in... Nope, can't be used in cat form. Regrowth be used? Nope. The new piece of gear.
Your blood will earn a reward. Intruder! You will be our next.
I knew the Alliance would rescue us. Let's get out of here. You're Captain Garrick, Henry's mother. You always said you'd come for us.
Well, he was right. Now, where's the rest of the expedition?
I'm not sure, but I know how we can find out.
Good work. I hope those Quillbore learn that necromancy is not a path to power.
The hunt goes on.
Thanks for saving my life. They said this would be a run-of-the-mill, uneventful expedition. Definitely was not. I couldn't be happier. That's gnomes for you. You're looking for Henry Garrick, right? He's a nice guy, a bit glum, but nice. Luckily, you have happened to rescue the one and only Lindy Springstock, inventor extraordinaire. I've got my Scout-O-Matic 5000 all set to go. It'll fly up in the air and let you scout the entire area. I'll give you the honors. Use my Scout-O-Matic 5000 to find Henry and the rest of the expedition.
Let me know how it goes. I brought along a miniaturized Scout-O-Matic 5000. Let's just It seems the Scout-O-Matic 5000's camera is working as expected.
It has a camera? Then why does anyone need to be up there?
As a backup, of course. What if the machine were to break? We wouldn't be able to see. I mean, I doubt anything of the sort will happen. Just don't jostle it around too much.
Ooh, there's Henry Garrick.
I see something.
We will take your soul and raise the dragon from the dead.
The full force of the Alliance will rain down upon you.
Ha! Our dragon will crush them. We have other rituals to oversee. Savor the final moments of your life.
They're bringing a dragon back from the dead? How are we going to deal with that?
We have to stop the sacrifice. But it would take an army to get through all of the undead.
Or science. The resizer can enlarge one of the nearby boars so it can trample all of those monsters flat.
We don't have any other choice. My son's life is on the line.
Sounds like a good plan. There's no problem a little resizing can't fix. Let's find something to stomp those undead flat. Resizer version 9.0.1 barely works on inanimate objects. I have no idea what it will do to organic matter. But if we do nothing, Henry will die. Desperate times call for massively experimental science, Nijala. Take the resizer version 9.1.0, 9.0.1. I'll follow you around and calibrate it. We're going to wipe up a giant boar.
Let me know how it goes. One giant boar coming up. Let's just calibrate the resizer. Whoops, too small. Let's see. Turn this down. Okay, try it now.
Okay, that's not so good.
Eureka! A giant boar! Let's report back to the captain.
The Alliance leaves no one behind.
Never thought I'd be so relieved to be face to face with a giant scientifically enhanced boar. Let's go save my son.
Stay focused and sharp.
We don't know how long the resizing will last, so let's get moving. We're going to ride this giant boar and mow down the army of undead between us and Henry. The large ones are pulsing with dark magic. If we kill them, I bet they'll take out any enemies near them. Hopefully Henry will know more about whatever the ogres are planning.
We'll deal with the army. The rest of you, push forward and set up camp once we've cleared a path. Order the boar to trample. It's the only way to take down the larger ones.
Mother! I knew you'd save us!
Something's happening to the boar. Hang on, recruit. We've dealt with the undead. Now let's finish off that necromancer and save my son.
All right.
Good riddance. Let's go check on Henry.
Mother, I'm sorry. I tried to fight the ogres, but they were too strong.
Henry, always remember that you are more than your mistakes. Now, Private Garrick, I want a full situation report.
We have to rescue my friends.
Thank you, stranger. I thought I was going to be punished for failing to save my friends. I'm relieved that I was mistaken. go for the bamboo stuff.
Watch out. Yes, Mother. Captain Garrick. The ogres are using necromancy to raise a dragon from the dead. They need sacrifices like us to fuel their magic. They're about to start a ritual that it's already begun. They're going to use the life force they gathered to reanimate the dragon.
Then we need to move quickly. Recruit Private Garrick. The Alliance never gives up hope, even in the face of disaster. We'll put a stop to these rituals before the ogres can complete them. Let's go. Together, we'll see our way through.
Quartermaster Richter was able to scavenge supplies from the wreckages on this island. Why don't you visit her and see if she has anything that you need? We want to be well equipped for whatever we encounter next.
Keep your guard up. Lives depend on us.
Good day to you.
You haven't collected this appearance.
See you around. How are you? Have a good one.
Now I need to sell something.
Safe travels.
All stocked up? That's great. Private Cole and Quartermaster Richter also found this back in the nearby ruins. They thought you might make good use of it.
Stay focused and sharp.
I always like to have my bigger bags front, smaller ones after that. Just a weird tick of me. Garrick wants us to search west or camp than any other members of the expedition. Larry and I will go on ahead. Meet us to the west and we'll see what we can find.
Watch yourself out there. Alright, let's see what we can find.
I'll try my best to help.
Thanks for saving me, Nijala. I'll do my best to be of help to you. We need to find the remaining survivors of my expedition before the ogres sacrifice them for their dark ritual. I saw one of the survivors being dragged away by some harpies. They have a ruse to the north. Keela and I will meet you up there with a scouting report.
Stay away from dark magic. Keela and I will scout ahead. We'll meet you to the north, just outside the Harpy Den.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't think you will meet us because I'm getting kinda really tired at the moment. If you haven't noticed, I'm kinda experiencing some trouble reading words. So I think I might end the stream for the day. Hope everyone who's still watching had fun here and enjoyed this kind of all over the place stream that this was, with doing a lot of random stuff. But yeah, I'm back to streaming, and if you haven't seen my schedule yet, I'm gonna stream for the rest of the week. Tomorrow will be Assassin's Creed Shadows, probably. And the day after that, I want to play Stellar Blade, which is releasing on Steam the day after tomorrow. And I always wanted to play that when it was still only on PlayStation. I'm really tired for some reason. Maybe the con exhaustion is kinda getting me. Most shocking news from the month. Syra has made a schedule. Yeah, I know that it's shocking, Fumo. And I do want to keep that up. Because I did have a bit of a realization at the convention in that I do enjoy creating content and I want to do that more. So maybe there will also be other stuff coming from me in the next few weeks and months. Maybe. But let's see when it comes to that. For today, I hope you all have a nice day or evening, wherever you might be, or maybe night, morning, whatever time it might be. And see you on the next stream. Bye bye.